Hello. Sorry that we're starting a bit late. Trying to fix the sound on my headphones. But I was trying to eat before stream and then I took too long eating. But let's see, because I also had to fight Google Docs a little bit. But let's see what we can get done today. So today, for definite, you sound a bit quiet. Do I really? How about now? How do I sound now? Is the volume for my mic okay? I think I should move it a bit closer. Yeah. The same. I need my phone right next to my ear. Shit, dude. Okay. What's up with my mic today? Like, I've moved my mic closer. I don't want it to be too close because otherwise then it's just going to be bopping in people's faces. Or in my face. It's probably my last fan. I turned the music down as far as it can go and still be audible. And I moved my mic close. How do you turn off the fan? See if that helps. Or put me on the TV, I don't know. Oh boy. Anyways, so today we're going to be doing the Artfright prompts. Closely the draw, you know this. Well, I mean even then. It's still just a fact of if it's hindering your hearing, then it's hindering your hearing. Either way. Either way, it's just a fact still. But today we're going to be doing the Artfright art prompts. And the star of the prompt, because I wanted to do a different character this year, because last year I did Halbert. And excuse me. And I wanted to do Roaster for this year. So today we're going to be drawing him in one of his Darkle forms, which I've not made a concept on, but but I'm not afraid to put it together as we go. So the prompt that I've had in mind, because there is a few different ones. Let me see. Because I wanted to do either Cauldron's Contents or Halloween Hijinks. But there were just so many good prompts in of itself. I've thought of Roaster in their Cowgirl Darkle confronting the Headless Horseman. Because the idea was that the drawing would be essentially kind of, you could say, the poster to a play that was a bit of a collaboration between their father, Drama Darkle, and in the Horror Sparkla, but by Brain Rot Fever, and it's just horror tragedy kind of play, and Rose Stern ends up having to face down against the monster of the story, and it's kind of that moment of maybe they both wrote the play to be a little too scary, because Rose Stern's like, okay, it's like, this might be too much. But again, a horror tragedy essentially would be kind of the idea behind it. And Roaster is having to face against the creature of the play. I'm thinking of doing cauldron contents for the palette. I'm thinking of it. But anyways, let's get to drawing. And I had soda before I started streaming. I probably shouldn't have done that. Pardon me. Anyways. It'll be the first time in quite a while I've drawn Rose Stern for stream. Let alone, it'll be the first time I've drawn Rose Stern on this tablet. Let me get... Hi Z, how you doing? I'm trying to get a good idea on pressure for my stylus. Trying to think. Trying to think, would it make sense for essentially, because lamest doodle of a horse ever. Lamest doodle ever. Person. Yeah, whoever's writing it. Hang on. Yeah, bear with me. May I steal, borrow roasters? I'll see if plays with Mario Galaxy right now. Trust the process. I also have a Rose character involved with beats. Do you? Cause yeah, this is Rose Stern. Like, they're actually a major, not just like associated with Roses, but they're actually a major pun on Shakespeare plays, essentially. But yeah, I don't mind. South Pop would have beanish. That's adorable! Oh, it's a little poplin bean. Give you a little sweet pea. Little sweet pea flower. Oh, that would be so cute. But, essentially, like, of course I draw a lantern, but, yeah, essentially hanging onto their head kind of deal. I mean, if not, you think maybe it's like sitting, actually palm open kind of deal. And of course Roaster and like over here, like, of course having to deal with it. Deal with what the hell am I looking at? Go ahead and draw their hair out. something like this, maybe? You know what I'm thinking? Back. Because in Showtime they have the lasso power up. Actually, if anything. Wait, hear me out. Musical feats. I mean, music is heavily part of theater. So, and, yeah, and the mermaid, Sparkle, her plays a, it's a musical because Peach and her have to sing. I mean, I could see there being just a pure musical, but I think quite a few feats already have a musical play. I was gonna say it was, like, I thought of with, Rose Stern because he has alternatives to, the Sparkle forms. Because, you know, Darkle instead of Sparkle. So his sometimes are, a little different. And what I thought of is that because she's Darkle, in her cowgirl form, she doesn't have a lasso. She has a whip. Because whips were widely used in the Wild West. They were. And another part of it is actually that, like, essentially, like, as part of, you know, having, you know, like, that kind of, like, Western inspiration, is that essentially Rose Stern, because Rose Stern, she switches between, essentially, genders, essentially. She's gender fluid, but as long as you're nice, it doesn't matter what you call them by. But they mostly go by they, them, for people's sake. And their outfits are always that very good blend, but split between masculine and feminine. And even then, it's sometimes still, very different, things. You know, like their standard one is, like, based on, the Shakespearean era way people dressed. And that would be the same way for the Cowgirl Sparkle. Sparkle power-ups based on different genres dives into sea of ideas for a startle. That would actually be very, very cute. Esme, actually does have that. Of music. Again, I'm sitting there thinking, like, any of the plays could technically be a musical. But what's funny is because I remember there being, like, a Christmas-themed zombie movie musical, and it was just pure comedy. Like, everyone's like, okay, it's the apocalypse. And then just, alrighty then. But yeah, I see she has a whip. But yeah, essentially they're supposed to be like, hey, this is a little scary. There's a Christmas movie like that. Yeah, yeah, there is. Yeah, like pop and rock. I would think that'd be pretty hard to pull off, like a pop musical. Unless it's High School Musical. Actually, what am I talking about? I was never in High School Musical as a kid. I never understood it. I never really understood why people were such big fans of it. But yes, there is a Christmas movie like that. It's Christmas horror, of course. Roanoke Gaming, a very fun channel to watch if you like looking at the scientific approach behind why things would work in horror movies, or even if they're completely impossible, how they are technically working in the movie. And he actually did explain this. There was also one where it was zombies at Costco. I'm not joking. Again, the zombie genre, there's a reason why I respect it. Just the flexibility. And it's like, yeah, some things are not a very good hit. I'm gonna just redo this, essentially. But yeah, there's a reason why. Yeah, High School Musical is the load of barnacles. This is a load of barnacles. I hated it when it first came out, and I still hate it. Yeah, like, one of my coworkers gave me a major blast from the past. Like, daycare level blast from the past. Because, my coworker, Melissa, she basically mentioned the Cheetah Girls as Halloween costume because Halloween is coming up and we can dress up for Halloween, but nobody in my department really dresses up, and they were joking about it. Like, oh, we could go as the Cheetah Girls, and I looked at her, I was like, girl, you brought up a memory I buried forever ago. And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, I had friends who were like, I hyperfixate on shit, but they were like obsessed with the Cheetah Girls. I was like, okay, just dug that up, why didn't you? But, yeah. Yeah, essentially I was like, well, shit, you brought that memory up real quick, didn't you? But of course they said, like, get the cheetah print everything, and I was like, I mean, if you want to, I won't stop you. I joked to Riven, what if I went as Smithy for Halloween at work? People wouldn't get it, but I wouldn't give a shit. I'd be so happy to dress as him. Yeah, let's see. Actually, no, I might want to switch. Yeah, try to make it a proper movie poster. Not a movie, but a play poster. There we go. Trying to make it look like you have one foot in front of the other, but then that kind of tough-ish, you know, cowboy stance. But it's like, I guess a good way to actually reference the pose I'm going for is like Indiana Jones, because of the whip. Actually, in that case, yeah, thinking back to an Indiana Jones poster I once saw, at least I remember seeing. Hang on. Let me straighten the legs out. You know what, let me look it up and then the Indiana Jones poster. Let's see. Trying to see. Oh, now for the hardest part of character design. Yep. The backstory. Depending on the character, it can be a little easy, but it's mostly hard. It was actually pretty hard with Rose Stern. Like, the basic part was easy, but then the rest of it was like, nope, it is not. Trying to look at the different poses. I think I have an idea. So see. Alright, so I actually had something right the first time, I think. I don't know how to write Hollycock other than drunk Smithy sibling who hates Smithy. Let me take a little brain scratcher on that one. I would say that can work all on its own. No, I know, Rivency. It's like, okay, but how did it get to this point? How did it get to this point? Well, first, I'd ask myself, you know, well, how do I headcanon, how Smithy has his siblings? Did he build them? Did they have an actual parent? Do they just not know and they just exist? She saw how he treated Rune. That explains that explains the hating, and maybe the drinking. Most likely. But I would say just again, how did they come to be, and what was their relationship before? Because Rune, in terms of lore, was built by Smithy, but for the exact reasons, aside from being a leader and his, you could hear the air quotes when I say it, replacement, should all go wrong, let alone should he be gone for a long time? Newsflash, it all went wrong, as we know. Everything went wrong. And essentially, she ended up having to take his place. Because, you know, hey. But, I mean, he is a character I headcanon that can come back if he wants. And eventually does. Probably with a nice slice of humble pie. But it's also that fact of, I would guess, also realizing he might have taken, like, Rune for granted. Maybe. I can imagine she was built as a backup of a backup. That was all his siblings down the line. There we go. It was Casper, and it was Annie. Annie just never divulged far away from him in terms of inspiration. Meanwhile, all the rest of his siblings went and became their own person. Except that it was Presley. And then it was Presley for Quincy, and then Rune. Rune didn't work. Let's try again with Hollycock. I'm sorry, it's just the fact of... Whoa, Smithy! Let's try again. Wow! Yeah. Ruined my poor baby girl. It's like, well, shit, that didn't work. Back to the drawing board. And in comes Hollycock, like, wow, you are an ass. And then existential dread and the oil addiction kicked in. I don't blame her. I don't blame her there. Because, like, I'm pretty sure Hollycock saw what happened to Rune. Because Rune's still alive. Just look at what happened to her. And from there, it's just that case in point fact of, like, yeah, poor Hollycock. Yeah. And it's just that fact of the matter of, like, you know, he does this to Rune. What might he do to me? Kind of ideology. Yeah. At least she has Zip. Yes, exactly. At least she has the Schmobbean. Because it's that case of point fact of, like, again, I could see all his siblings agree on one thing, and it was that Smithy, what the fuck were you thinking? And it's just like, because I know some people say, well, it's Smithy, he could probably do what he wants. I was like, yeah, but look at what happened. Look at what happened to Rune, and they all think he could do that to us. So you could say he had quite a falling out with his siblings at the time. And, you know, it's just, it didn't end well, essentially, because I always pictured it's that his siblings are always off doing their own thing, and then, and of course, like, and I'm not saying that he ended up absolutely being stuck with Rune, not entirely, but essentially, Rune ended up taking his place anyways when he was gone for, the invasion, because his siblings disappeared. Rune was the only one who stayed. And nobody knows why she chose to stay, after what he did. And some say blind loyalty, some weapons would say he programmed it into her to be that loyal and to never leave. Nobody knows. They just know that she never left, and then when things came crashing down, essentially that was when it was like, well, now it's her turn to take charge, and she ended up being a bit better off than people thought. I like to think Hollycock finally got rehabbed during that time. Like, when Rune was in charge. Because, like, I could see Rune, though, just, like, would've, if anything, yeah, Hollycock, this is fine. Yeah. Because, I can see with Rune, it really was that case in point with people, like, going, this isn't just fine, this is a little better, because she ended up not being as bad off as they were afraid Smithy made her to be. Because they were all afraid of what he had done to her. Like, how bad could he have messed up this poor girl? Who are like, when it was time for her to take the throne, in his absence, they were all like, oh shit, and then she ended up actually being not nearly as bad. I think that's a decent pose. So let's get a bit of a rougher sketch going for Rosie. Let's see, let's not do the hat first. catch up the chat. I was really zoned in there. I like to think Rune is the reason Hollyhock ends up getting sober in the first place. No Smithy to drink. Is that essentially, yeah. Manta surfing was rough with switch to controls. Oh, I remember now. Yep, yep, I remember Manta surfing. Yep. But yeah, that pretty much exists. No Smithy, no reason for her to overindulge. Because Rune, yes, is looking for what's missing. Yeah, but I did it. Yep. I mean, that's what matters. You did it. You got the star. But yeah, Rune, she knows something's missing. She's looking for it, but she knows with the help from other people around her, from her siblings, and of course she meets her boyfriend Talos. She ends up finding what she was missing, essentially getting her emotions back in the grander scheme of things. And at least she gets some form, she gets some form of a happy ending. And from there, it's just a matter of finding a way to achieve her grander dream. And that's, raising butterflies. I've actually been debating this in terms of, like, Roastern's, outfit. Would it make sense that one half, clearly yes, is cowboy? Clearly. Cowboy, esque. But, the other half, I'll be honest, I actually have, at first pictured, being like a showgirl. Like that of a showgirl. Pretty sure you all know what I mean by, like, a showgirl. But, like a showgirl from the Wild West. I thought of it. Otherwise, it would just be, like, a normal long pleated skirt like girls back then would wear. I know what you mean. I've been to rodeos. Yeah. And helping her little sister recover from her alcohol addiction. Yeah. I think it'll look nice on them. I mean, again, it's just a fact of, like, because again, it's playing the fact of Rosie is dramatic. Like, what bigger drama do you have than, a showgirl in a saloon? But it's also the fact of what better drama is there than a spaghetti western? There's also that. So, let's see. Hollycognaroon, I had the addiction because of things I wasn't supposed to know. You know what I mean, sis? I see Rune just going, I know plenty of things, but even then, I cannot exactly narrow down what it is you imply. Rune buried her head a bit too deep in fairy tales to cope. A little too deep. Baby girl might need to resurface a little bit. Let me look. I could see it having a layered bit to it. See, now I was like, it's just, I was supposed to be you in case things go wrong with you, but I didn't want that. It was like just Rune not quite understanding because even she says, but how did things go wrong? I'm not quite sure. Because she doesn't quite understand what Smithy saw as so wrong. I actually thought about he painted what was wrong in his eyes as something that it actually was innocent, but he's like, oh no, this is actually a problem. But she never understood it any farther from that. I realize what would be really cool. Let me see. It's like, she stole your yeah, she stole your feelings. I don't know what he was going to do to me if I disobeyed him. Yeah, I'm starting to really wonder, like, well, I have been wondering, trying to figure out if, by all means, if Smithy actually completely removed her feelings or just heavily capped them. I think I've been leaning towards more that he capped them. Because you can still feel kinda, a little bit. But otherwise, it's not perfect. Yeah, it looks a bit jarbled, but what do y'all think of this? It's getting there. Yeah, I keep in mind I do not really draw horses. Yeah, I don't really draw horses, but I'd say it's coming together for fact. Uh, Let me try at least, because I know some details are gonna get hidden by Rose Stern, but still. Oh, go back. I'm actually posing over here. Uh, Man. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I am back. uh, my mom was dropping off some stuff. I heard knocking at the door. I thought it was Riven. No, it was my mom. Like, she gave us pumpkin cheesecake bread something. It's a pumpkin cake, but it has like a banana bread texture. The look of joy on Riven's face was fantastic. This was so cute. Alright, so back to it. I was trying to draw a very spooky pumpkin. Easy. But yeah, I think it's pretty much come together. Now let's see from here what to do. Because this is already looking pretty nice. And I'm saying that as someone who does not really draw horses. Horses have just always been like a bane of my existence in terms of drawing. Change that. Let me look up a proper cowboy hat. I also realize I don't really know how to draw cowboy hats. Alright, I see a better reference now. Oh, that playlist ended. Let's see. Let's see. I guess let's go with a big video game music playlist for getting up to some big mischief. Yes, yeah, you okay? I'm just listening to the music at this point. That, like, just honed in. Like, another good thing to remember is that I've not really drawn a, cowgirl, cowboy outfit before. Oh, you know, no, the cracking. I heard that over the mic. I bet. I bet you heard that. Yeah, I bet. I also realized a really good way for the cook to be different. Oh, you gave me an idea. Non-binary character that alternates between an outfit for each gender. That would be super cool. Like, it would be a lot to design as of outfits, but it still would be so cool. Yeah, and the different appearance. When all else fails, Metopia.
Yep.
Metopia just helps with character creation so much. Trying to fix this. Stretch a bit. I forgot my thing goes backwards. There we go. Looks good so far. Thank you. No. Trying to think. Do I want to use cauldron contents or Halloween hijinks? Trying to think what would look better. I vote hijinks. Hijinks would really invoke a Western feel, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would, yeah. Forgot one little detail. Forgot another detail. that color filled in that way. Act bot, be gone, bot! Pretty much, yes. I'm looking at the different contest styles in Pokemon and also have the sheets. I wish I had like something to just like spray. It's like oddest coloring I've ever given Telos, but I do find it interesting. Try to get some shading in here. Looks nice though. Yeah, but it's very interesting to me how this has kind of turned out so far. That outfit must be a hassle to walk in. Maybe. It might be. I mean, I won't deny having a pants leg and yeah, having a whole pants leg and, you know, like, in a pair of pants all in the same go must be something. See if I could add, like, a layer effect, maybe. Trying to fix my legs. Stretch my arm out a bit. Daycare. Gas Super Mario RPG and Final Fantasy VI are probably in the same universe. Capcom-based start all win. I've actually noticed that there's actually quite a few different similarities between various Final Fantasy games and like Mario RPG. But I'd like to see a character based on Kefka. Actually, I think Krulix is actually supposed to be a jab at like, I know most Final Fantasy villains, especially as a final boss, but like, I think he is heavily inspired from not Kefka, but I'm trying to think. I think, okay, so if I'm remembering right, Riven, correct me. The original Mario RPG, Super Mario RPG, came out and essentially were the newest game for Final Fantasy at the time was 4. Like, it came out maybe, I think, a couple years before. That's why it has the boss theme for Kulix as the boss theme, or the battle theme, my bad, as the battle theme for, 4, Final Fantasy 4. And I say that because it's the same battle theme as you would get when you went into battle with, Cecil and his party. Again, thinking that might be it. But, I'd love to see, like, different characters in another Mario RPG that are basically jabs at other, at other Final Fantasy characters, especially as a villains. And it's just, that would be funny to me. Because it's just like, out of nowhere, it's like, oh, Mario and Sephiroth. Final Fantasy XIV was the newest at the time, but 5 was close to being released in Japan. So, as I'm just thinking on it, technically speaking, more based on a different boss than 6. But Kulix was supposed to be a jab at Final Fantasy in general. Of like, you know, oh haha, look who helped make this game, and look what their most popular franchise is. It's like, now let's put your RPG skills to the test by fighting said character. But it's still, to me, the coolest of inside jokes. Which is why if you mind read the crystals or use the monster log in the remake, it says Aculus is forcing the crystals to aid him in battle. Yeah, pretty much. Just thank you, dude. You're forcing a bunch of rocks to do the work for you, or to help you. might have an. Speaking of Sephiroth, I might have another idea for a Toad. Clumsy has a twin brother who's insane in a mad scientist way named Hojo. Of course, he creates his guitar for a son because mad scientist. I have something against Hojo, just because of how he is. Like, you just have to look at his basic actions in the middle, like just to kickstart all that happened in Final Fantasy VII, and you'll agree with me. Just, what was Shinra thinking hiring that guy? Oh wait, they weren't. They were not thinking of a single thing when they hired that man. Duplex! Clumsy, why are you like that? Why are you like that? Yeah, because the stars won't research themselves. Mix that with just because he can and he wants to see how far he can go, then you really do have the essence of Hojo. Fucking Professor Hojo. There's a reason why Riven calls him Hojo Jojo. Goodness gracious. But, how are we looking so far? What do y'all think? Ozzy is also more like... It's more so like Professor Sycamore. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, they're both star researchers, but you can tell the difference between their methods. Oh, yeah, big time. Yeah. I call it that because of an old Final Fantasy VII Bridge series. Okay, well, don't know the context of it, but it looks good so far. Thank you. We're doing the Artfright Halloween thing, which was this, and essentially, I decided this year I'm gonna do Rose Stern, doing, like, as the subject of it. Because Rose Stern is done now. They're all shaded and everything. Because now we have to draw the big bad being behind him, which is essentially supposed to be the Headless Horseman. Yeah, Artfright, yeah. But, now we're going to be doing the Headless Horseman in front of him. Now, I wanted to not just do a theme, I wanted to definitely be one to take things a bit farther than they should, and do both a theme and a palette. So, you can see where this is going to be real fun. Because it's supposed to be kind of like a play poster, since Rose Stern, I've never drawn Rose Stern in their Darko Cowgirl form, but this is supposed to be, of course, a cowgirl themed play, but the catch is that it was collabed, for the most part, by Brain Rot Fever's, character Horror Darkla, Horror Darkla. My brain's fried. I've been staring at the screen for too long. By Horror, who is a theet who specializes in horror-themed plays, and my theet character, Drama Darkla, who specializes in, drama. And it's essentially kind of like a joke on Sleepy Hollow. But, of course, they asked the Cowgirl Sparkler, hey, can this be a place set in the Wild West? Because there is actually a mythical creature like that out in Texas. And for some reason, like, Cowgirl Sparkle said, yeah, sure. And now poor Rosie has to deal with the consequences of when their parents put their heads together. So hopefully my brain doesn't fry any farther. I've been at this for a bit over 2 hours. Oh goodness gracious. I'm glad it's the weekend. Because otherwise, like, I know it because I know I'm going to send this to my mom. Like, hey, like, I did it. What do you think? And she's going to be like, did you stay up late doing that? She's like, no. It's like, no, I didn't. I promise. Yeah, even though I live by not, like, I live with Riven, sure, but, like, by my own self as an adult, she still gets on to me for that. She's like, you shouldn't be staying up late all night. Like, but I have fun things to do that I don't get to do during the week. And I'm officially out of water. I want to at least get some kind of proper line art done before going to get water. You know, let's not start with the head of the horse. Let's just start with the dude. Let's just start with the dude on the horse. So. So yeah, let's give him a brooch. 'Cause most people back in those days had a brooch and a nice little frilly. I'm thinking, at least. At least I can draw cuffies. Very wicked looking fingies. Yeah. Darkle Spirit, but based on Shadow Milk Cookie. Actually, I hate to say it, Roasted kind of is like Shadow Milk Cookie, but not entirely. Because I've heard, it was a cutscene where he goes, excuse me, that's the wrong puppet. That little snippet right there, 100% Roaster. I can tell you now, 100% like Rosie. and Roaster, yeah, well, if it isn't the little princess, how's your happy ending? What's funnier is Roaster doesn't even have Shadow Milk Cookie's voice, essentially. And that's how they refer to Roaster, yeah. But, like, Roaster's voice, if you had to picture how she sounds, he essentially has the voice of Kuja from Final Fantasy IX. And I know in original Final Fantasy IX, Kuja did not have a voice. It wasn't dubbed. The game wasn't dubbed. But if you go to Dissidia, I say specifically Final Fantasy NT, Dissidia NT, sounds like Kuja. Because Kuja is so dramatic. I know their voice. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how Rosie sounds. Especially just all the dramatics. And then what's even funnier is their boyfriend, Rillis, sounds like Xenos J. Galvis. Legit. It's just like, I look at them every time and I'm like, how? Just imagining a conversation with their voices while the ships. No, you want to know a funny ship is some people do ship Kuja and Kafka because of O12. Make a Pringle, let him be single. I like my OCs to have happy endings, like finding a significant other. And here's the deal. Telos didn't look at Rune like, I can fix her. No, it really was just he saw her and he fell in love with her because he's like, wow, she's pretty. she's kind of cute. And then found out, oh, she raises butterflies, other Lepidopteras. And he was like, I gotta have her as my own, dude. just like I love her so much. Now, Roaster at first was kind of distant with Rillis, but then saw when he lets his guard down, he could be a little goober, but otherwise he's so strict, he's so stern, he doesn't know how to let loose. And then Rose is like, I can fix him. of all my OCs and relationships, I can fix him. Now, Witchy, was it Rillis Polly? No, he was straight up gay. Yeah, what happened to that? No, he was gay. Straight up. Because at first, I didn't have him shipped with anybody. Then I made Roaster, and then my brain went to that, and I was like, oh no. This is funny. I think I had another character who was Polly. I'm trying to remember. Let's see. Pressy Straight. He's with Myra. Trying to remember. Cause yeah, Rillis was straight up gay. They need the trying to remember. Cause it Witchy, she's with give me a happy ending. If it's any clarification, Myra's brother Vane, he's too big of a grumpy puss to get with anybody. Shit, let me see. Is there... I see the text message my mother tried to send me. She tried to send me, she tried to give me the bread and stuff, and she was like, hey, you up? I was like, oh, I did not see that message from her. Where is Vane's page? There it is. Okay. Let's try sending that. Cause I tried definitely to change up how some characters are. In terms of, like, because I looked at a lot of my characters, I was like, I have a lot of people who are just, who are just so randomly, like, just almost the same sexuality as me. You know, I'm gonna put it on this because it'll just show up on a separate layer. It's nothing bad. If it does, like to have it on there, because I can just delete it. But I will show you what I'm talking about if Google Drive's not going to have me fight with them. Listen here, Google Drive. What was that about Witchy? Oh, I was gonna say Witchy, she is straight. But her relationship with Smithy was that they genuinely met and fell in love. Genuinely did. So yeah, that guy, he legit found his one and only. And I would say, to an extent, you could say, yeah, he got lucky. Because I know not many people get that lucky. Oh, I see. It didn't want to send it to Google Drive because, because it wasn't, because my phone wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi. You're very funny. You're very funny, Google. Okay, so. Anyways. I think I got it now. I think I got it. So dramatic. Actually, Google Docs is being kind of dramatic in terms of being sent through, the internet on my phone. Just insisting on being connected to the Wi-Fi. See, leave the kind of dramatics to Roaster, dude. Okay, let me, fix it out, okay? Yeah, this guy. This is Vane. This is Mara's brother. He's Demi. But you can tell, he's kind of a grumpy puss. As if you couldn't tell from his face. Especially this one. Especially this one in most particular. So yeah. I don't think I have anybody who's Arrow Ace because they aren't Arrow Ace. They actually just have interests in somebody. But I will say the most difficult to get with, I guess in terms of happy endings, is Axum Gray. If there's a Shadow Milk Darkla, what about a Burning Spice Darkla? I mean, I'd say that'd be possible. But yeah, just trying to think on it, because Axum Gray, they're not only non-binary, but let me look. I know they're not the most normal of people, but that's what makes them so awesome. Or did I not ever save their thing on here? No, I don't think they have. Try and think. I mean, we're both Demi. No surprise, most of ours are Demi too. Yeah. Most of mine are actually Demi. They cannot fall in love unless they have a connection. Oh no, I think I do have a ace character. It's just that she's not edgy. I think I do. I think it's Axum Silver. Because she's not in a relationship with anybody. And she's actually does not have an interest in getting into a relationship. If I remember right, I think she's Ace. I think she is. My Chromebook's way over there, and I don't want to go running off over there. I think it's Silver. I think it is. Cause she hangs around Axum Gold a lot, but yeah, that cowboy, he ain't into her. He's got his own significant other, and it's someone, it's some other weapon, but I can't remember what the concept for that weapon was. I just say it just went way off the tracks with it. I need to make a funny tally. Yippee ace representation, yeah. Yeah, I think it was silver. I think it was because yeah, Gray's non-binary, but they are with Axum Orange, and Axum Orange, I think they're pan, but Gray and Orange are together. And it's a kind of relationship. How did this happen? They are literally polar opposites to a degree. But even Smith is like, as long as you do your job, I don't care. You could be in whatever relationship you want that you could be responsible for. I don't care. Because when is Smithy not like that? But yeah. That's about how they fell. About how they fell around. Cause yeah, if they're not gay, then also they're demi. And I think Orange is my first pan. Oh no, wait. It just dawned on me. I could go on my Artfright and look, but I think the site's still read-only. Yeah, read-only mode. Try not to ship the OC's Challenge Roll Edition impossible. I'd actually like to do an OC challenge. I actually would. Like, I'd have to break up my D&D dice. And, like, roll characters. Like, well, what are they? There are a lot of dice rolling. Y'all would. Oh, no, wait. I could pull up a dice roller on Google. Because they have one. They have a D&D dice roll. They do. It's getting dark. I'm gonna close my curtains. As much as it'll cause eye strain. Yeah, it may sound stupid, but I really do not like the dark outside. I don't like being outside when it's dark. But Revan says I actually have I have that fear for smart reasons. So, yeah, take that as you will. My stepdad already says it's stupid fear, but I'm willing to live with that because I know it's not a bad fear for why I have it. So, yeah. I don't like going out in the dark either. Yeah, it's just no, it's just major nope material for me. May I give the bow guy a friend in the form of Rookie the boomer weapon? You absolutely can. Because Vayne needs friends. That's what he needs. He just needs friends. Because even Myra, because I'm pretty sure y'all saw a glimpse of it, she's just like, hey, you need to go, like, it was either sleep or eat. He's like, no, I'm fine, I'm just tired. She's like, alright, I'll give you a minute. I did, yeah, cue me shipping again, an OC with somebody, but, it's another OC that's been living in my head far longer than Flora and Poppy, mind you. It's another weapon world character, but it's essentially where, yeah, you see weapons everywhere, big whoop. In terms of weapon world, it's actually my biggest step into the horror aspect of what happened to weapon world. And like, it's funny, cause she actually is with Boomer. And the way they fell in love is actually kind of funny. But, I actually sat and thought, you know, what in terms of, like, a D&D campaign would be a monster that would actually be very horrifying to find in Weapon World. So I thought about it, and I realized a mimic or a doppelganger. Because, yeah, you have a Hawa and everything. And then there's what I had in mind. Which was this being who technically has no form. And their pronouns are completely preferential. And she chooses to have you know, female pronouns. And she actually does have a name that's based on what she does. Essentially, she is a cryptid that hunts people down, and when she finds a good target, you know, she essentially takes parts from them after, you know, after dispatching them. Making them past tense, I think, is how Casual Geographic would go. But yeah, once she does that, essentially she takes parts from them and adds them to her appearance. And she will switch out bits and bobs. And she will masquerade as you know, as a person. She uses it to keep her disguise up. But because she is just controlling these parts and everything, she's just some formless being. She actually has the name given by Boomer as Marion, a joke on Marionette, because she's just puppeteering parts that she finds and likes. Because otherwise, you know, she doesn't really have a name. She never had a form. Because, yeah, he gave her that name, and she's like, oh, I never had a name before. But, yeah, the reason why they fell in love actually is because she hunted Boomer down, or tried to at least. But when trying to get him, he showed her no fear and actually was oblivious to what was going on, hilariously. Until finally she actually, you know, said, hey, I'm trying to make you no different than the other people who came before you. And he goes, well, good luck with that. Just having no fear. Like, and it's not that Boomer's dense. It's literally that he just was not with it at the time, because he looks back and realizes he was in danger, but it actually ended well. It actually ended well enough, so it wasn't too terrible. Let me catch up on chat really quick. Yeah. Oh yeah, random headcanon. Weapons have a model name and then their real name. I do really like that, especially because it would especially be, you know, explain why some characters have certain names, but if you tried looking them up on a computer, oh, that's not what you see they're known by. Oh wait, their model name is essentially Smithy calling them by their middle name. He yells it precisely to the very last number, and they're all just like, oh shit. Yeah, Rookie never had a name either. He's called Rookie because Boomer took him in. Funny thing is, one of my OCs is married to one of hers. Seth is with Pippa, a star mage with a pumpkin witch. Peppa's the witch. Yeah, like, she grows pumpkins. Funny little pumpkins. Like, she legit specializes in growing pumpkins with plaid coloration. It's cute, but it's funny. And her favorite animal is squids. So her attire is essentially based on squids, but Pippa's an OC I have never put to paper in a long time. I always just described her appearance, and it was like, yes. Yes, that's it. That's what she looks like. But I should try putting her to paper at some point. I really should. But either way. Yeah, Boomer, this is my son, B53246, or as I call him, Rookie. That just further adds to the factor of, if Smithy calls you, you know, one of your weapons by their model number, that's the equivalent of calling them by their full, if not government name, kind of deal. And it's just like, oh no, I am in deep trouble. Like, very deep trouble. And that's the thing, because what's funny is he didn't make Manchester, and yet he knows Manchester's number. He knows he knows their model number. Of course, that's not saying it's not written on their person, like, somewhere, but it's like, he knows. It's the fact he knows. But Manchester's a good noodle. He's a good little bean. Manchester never gets in trouble. I just realized that. He never gets in trouble. He's a good little bean. I realize I might want to go get water before I completely forget. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me go get some water. I'll be back. I am back. I have cold water. I'm trying to put my drawing glove back on. I hope y'all like my be back soon screen. Cause this is because of all things people, it's like, why, looking at Rillis and Roasted flirting? It's like, no, the mugs. I am waiting to be called out about those mugs. So, anyways, let's try getting back to some progress. It's like Mario. Oh, he's so adorable. That is one thing I will say about Marion. If Boomer brought home a kid and said, "This is ours now," and Marion's just, I keep saying Mario. Marion's reaction is straight up, yes. This is ours now. And nothing is changing that fact. But yeah, let's get some progress back on track, shall we? go ahead and get that pumpkin. Sure. Yeah, they look like they're making eye contact. Heck yeah. Let's see. I'm not the greatest at drawing horses, but I think this is enough to do, especially given the background. Ketchup on chat. Yeah, fun fact, Heeb is a part-time concession worker at a theater. As a concession workers, to me, can either have a lot of fun or things be just very difficult. I forgot. All right. Let's get to coloring. This man is a bocce chef. He can do all kinds of tricks. Exactly. Not bad. Almost as if he used to be a performer for the Sparkle Theater. I mean, you gotta have tricks though. Forgot a little detail. Now let's see what all we can get there. Yeah, bless you. Thank you. See what all we can shade. Because I know I want to work on the pumpkin first. Stretch my back out. That looks fantastic. You did a really good job. Thank you. well, that's the end of that playlist. That's a stupid idea for the Judas Star program ending. Just turns out to be a bunch of people playing with dolls. I don't know. I don't know about that. Cause that's all Nutty's. That's all his. So I don't think there's really much for something like that of an ending. Let's do a pumpkin spice flavored video game playlist. Looks nice. Thank you. I'm almost done. Just gotta do the leaves. Oh yeah. Almost forgot a key detail that I really wanted to add. Especially since it would let me try out some new brushes. Smooth. Yeah, heck yeah! Oh, that turned out so much better than I was hoping it would be. Oh, I love it. That might be one of my new favorite tools. Yeah, whoa, exactly! Whoa! That's amazing. And I could separate them with a fog, make them pop more. Also realized with this layer, some reason I cannot get down to the background layer. So we'll just use trying to get it all one solid color, but it's like it's not wanting to be that way. So fine, if it wants to be that way, it could be that way. No, you've motivated me to try and do Artfright. Oh, I'm so happy. That'll make one hell of a poster. It really will. Yep. Yep, it will. Try and see. Yeah, I might just keep the hard light setting on that one. I really like that. What do you suggest? I say ghost lighting or ghost sighting. Torn between thunderstorm and ghost sighting. There's a lot of really cool ideas with them. Yeah, and ghost sighting. Yeah, ghost sighting it is, yeah. Hey, ghost sliding. You made a ghost very angry. Let's... Yeah, let's try writing it in orange. Now I need to find a font for it. Yeah, I think just leaving it as like that would work. I do want to make a little extra something for it to pop. There we are. Oh, hi, Smithy Kids! I did not see you there. Let's see. No? Because that's saying that looks so good. Let's find... No, it's making him small. There we are. Make sure I slice that back properly. No, I haven't. There we go. Now I have. Right? There we go. Wait, what is... Wait, ketchup on chat. What is it? Oh, Durango, West Dakota. Yeah, I couldn't find something like that, but I mean, I found the closest thing my thing has. Hey, but how did Jessica give me your talent? I've practiced for forever. I can say that much. Years of practice, my friend. Indeed, it is just plain all out years of practice. But let's go ahead and save this. Let me see. Trying to remember which one was it. I think it was Beware. There we go. Yeah, and before I forget, where's our fight? Because I have him on Discord. because I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the form so then I don't forget about it later, because I know we have a while to go, but I'd rather not forget. Let's see. Guess I'm gonna have to put it to Google Docs. See. There we go. Because it said, yeah, link to prompt piece. Oh, but I could do that. I can upload via Google Docs. And it has been submitted. And now I might want to go. Now I might want to go about showing it to my folks, because I don't know when they're gonna go back. If I had the money, I would commission you. It's fine. You cause trust me when I say it's best to save your money for something more important, because I have a lot of bills to pay, and there's quite a few games I really wanted to look into getting on Steam, because then I could stream it. But cause I have the demo of another Crusade, but it's just that oh, I realized it was sideways. Oh well. Either way. It's Halloween. It could be sideways. It's Halloween. I'm not afraid of it being sideways, because for some reason it keeps it sideways. I don't get it. But that's just how my tablet wants to be. So, well. If that's how it wants to be, then that's how it wants to be. Well, let's send it to Celeste, see what he thinks. And then so folks be like, I did it. It's like, it just now, let's see if she says anything for the end of the night, because I'm gonna lose my mind if she actually says something. Because my mom's commentary on artwork is always nice to hear, but at the same time, like, when it's like stuff she doesn't quite get, it's hilarious. Oh, I see. She sees it. She has seen it. But either way. Oh boy. It's been a bit over 4 hours, but I want to see. What does she say? She's probably showing my stepdad, being all honest. But like I was saying, in terms of with money commissions, like I have the demo for Another Crusade, but I do not have the ability to actually get it because of she's typing. I don't have the ability to get it, but next paycheck, because that's my not really full of bills check, then I'd actually be able to get a handful, which I might want to see if I can set a goal to which ones do I want to exactly get. Because I did, because like I said, I did get Fields of Mistra, but that's to play on my own, I think. But that was because I knew I absolutely could get it, because it was like, well, it's that or Wawa's, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get a game, because that at least would let me have something more to do. I thought of getting Slime Rancher 2, because I've never played Slime Rancher 2. I've played Slime Rancher 1 on Xbox. She answered back. That's really cool. And this was a challenge I have never done before, and I'm actually very, very proud of myself of how this turned out. Because normally I'm not the most proudest person there is, but but even then, it's the fact of like, for having not only a prompt but being limited in terms of a paint palette, I'm very happy with this. It's beautiful. This Rosestern just looks so uncertain, like, what have I gotten myself into? And then there's just Headless Horseman in the back. Just looking like, hey, wanna see a trick? like Dupless over here. But, yeah, I'm gonna see something I've never done before. I'm gonna use a stylus deception horn. Actually, I'll say it now. Getting a stylus, it's gonna take some getting used to, but it's so much nicer than using a mouse, because I've doodled with mouses before. I swear by a stylus. You need to get used to it, but I swear by a stylus. I swear by it. From there, it's just a matter of getting a very good one. Like, very good tablet that comes with one, and just adjusting the sensitivity. Because I used my Chromebook sensitivity and whatnot, like, out the box. And I think I could have adjusted the sensitivity, but I didn't. And I have the sensitivity adjusted on mine, but it's to where I can actually just work with it and everything from there, because I got it to where it's like, okay, it's kind of like how it would be on my Chromebook. Kinda. But it turned out great to me. Thank you. Time to doodle on my tiny screen. I'm on mobile. I will forever say, in terms of mobile, you are amazing, because you can work with such a tiny screen. I can't work with a tiny screen. I already have like a wider, but at the same time more slender screen. Riven knows what I'm talking about. He's seen my art tablet. But because I'm more used to a more proper monitor-sized screen, at least with a Chromebook. But then comes in getting an art tablet, and it's like, whoa, okay. Power of me. Power of tiny. Hey, as there is in D&D, Fury of the Small. AKA, just because you're small means you deal that much more damage. Unless you're that much more impressive. But, I've considered getting Death Road to Canada, but, I'm not sure, given, like, even Riven has warned me it's very hard. Phenomenal cosmic power, itty bitty drawing space, it's pinch and zoom. Oh no, trust me, with this, I had quite a time, you know, getting used to it. Like, in terms of the controls, it's that much more different. But at the same time, it's that factor of, you get the hang of it. Because I use Autodesk, and I knew Autodesk was going to be different on PC. I didn't think it was that different. But it's not too bad of a change, because all my tools are still there. I can still do the same tricks and everything. It's just that now I'm going to have to get real used to using a PC to draw with. Because it's like saving a file is quirky. I gotta merge all layers together in order to get it just right. And on my Chromebook, some of the art I have made looks the way it does because I didn't merge the layers. And I'm like, why do you do this to me? Because, like, depending on the effect I have, it's like, that just isn't the coloration I want. It's just, it doesn't look as good. Or it's just like, whoa. Like, rarely have I seen it, like, actually turn out phantasmal from that. But, like I was saying, it's like, I've been thinking of getting Slime Rancher 2, because I've never played Slime Rancher 2. Yeah, I'll say it now, I'll say it again. Predator Hunting Grounds is going to be another game I play on my own time. I'm gonna have to learn how to play it. As my field of mistress, just like always constantly looking at my keys. That's an action heavy. It's just, yeah, tagged as multiplayer FPS. I don't have time to look at buttons. I'm gonna have to get a controller. I need to buy a controller. Also, Hades 2 to be a late birthday gift. Yeah. By the way, honey, how much is Hades 2 on Switch? Because if I remember right, it's like maybe $25 on Steam. I say maybe. I might be wrong. Let me see. No, it's 30. Oh well. It's still. Like, yeah, $30. Yeah, so it's like universal pricing. Potion Craft was something I thought of, possibly being, another streaming game. Another Crusade, I for fact want, because I was playing with it. I'm gonna have to get the timing right, like, bad. But I like it. The battle music, for just the first few levels, like, for how far I got, I love it so much. It's so cool. I know I want to get Bug Fables. Jackbox, I don't know when the sale will end, but I would indeed like to try getting one of them. Probably 4. I'm not gonna lie. Because Survive the Internet was like my favorite game of them all. Racketeering is also very funny. So is Civic Doodle, but Survive the Internet is so funny. It just straight up is. Jackbox 7, it's pretty funny, but like for me it's mostly the drawing game and the Quiplash, because Quiplash is just enter prompt here and like, oh no. Meanwhile, Survive the Internet is not just enter prompt here, it's enter prompt here, okay, now we're gonna give that one to somebody else and ask them a very specific question, and comedy ensues. So like, I love Survive the Internet. World of Final Fantasy actually is another one I wanted to possibly stream because it's cute. And Riven has also said it's actually very, very casual. So I'm a tiny bit torn. Because there's like, RPG versus, you know, Kichi farming game. Because Slime Rancher 2 would make for a very good chill stream, but so would Potion Craft. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I just know, like, eventually I'll figure it out. I'm waiting on War of the Worlds to come out. It could be any day now. World of Final Fantasy is very noob friendly, and I am quite the noob. I'm not gonna lie. I have no shame to say it. But War of the Worlds is going to be a survival-based game. Like, kind of like 7 Days to Die, if you've ever played that one. I know Riven has. But it's a lot like that. So, but, you know, War of the Worlds. Specifically based around the 2005 movie, which is fun. But it's been well over 4 hours. Let's go raid somebody. Let's see. see. Let's try Raziliocious art. Like, let's go rate them. Oh, I can't write at this time? Really? Can I not? Oh wait, Nutty is live, but I want to see if I can read somebody else. Art by Chi-Chi? Wait, is that somebody who might be live right now? Yeah. Hey, let's see if it'll let me. Alright, it'll let me. Alright, so we're rating Art by Chi-Chi. Let's go say hello. And I'll see you all later. Y'all have a good night now, alright?